It's like, oh, there we go. It was like freezing up for a second. I was like, is it not going to do it? Hello, everybody who is here now and you are watching. Wait, to get anything important. But here we are doing this. I was going to say we are here. We are queer. I mean, I know I'm queer, but we are doing this readathon. And today is day 3. And we're gonna do sprints today. I have Abby with me, and we are going to be doing some reading sprints. So, Abby, do you want to introduce yourself, hype your team up, Team Dragon?
Yes.
And say a little bit about your channel just in case y'all haven't followed her. I need to update. She's going to be down below in the description, so you can check out her channel.
Hey, I'm Abby from the channel Abby Salter. I am British. I mostly read fantasy books, fantasy, some romance, some sci-fi. That is generally what I gravitate towards. Currently, I'm in the middle of 2 books, both of which have dragons in because I'm on Team Dragon. And these are sort of coincidentally dragons. They weren't in my like big dragon books. Like these books have dragons in them. These just sort of coincidentally ended up having dragons in them. So I have the Bitter Twins, which is the second book in the Ninth Reign series, which I'm reading physically, and I am like midway through. And I have the War of Two Queens, which again I'm like midway through, which I've been listening to. So that's what I am.
How are you liking the War of Two Queens?
Well, I feel like I've forgotten a lot from like reading the first 3 books because I read them a while ago. So at first I was like, who are these people? I'm a bit confused by the world and the lore because I've sort of like, it's confusing anyway. And it's been a while since I read them. So I was like, I'm a bit confused by the world, the many different types of vampire-like figure. But I changed to the audiobook and I feel like I'm enjoying it more now because I'm able to get through it quite quickly. So I'm doing okay with the audio.
What was the other? I'm sorry. What was the other book you said you were reading? I missed that part.
The Bitter Twins, which is the second book in the Ninth Reign series.
So I actually DNF'd the War of Two Queens.
Yeah. I mean, I did start it. Like, I read the first 100 or so pages in the middle of May. And then I was like, maybe I'll come back to that. And I have since come back to it to finish it off with the audiobook.
Yeah. And I had the audiobook. I got 50%. But I gave I gave A Crown of Gilded Bones 2 stars. And then I gave A Shadow in the Ember. There's the prequel one, right? Yeah. I gave that 3 stars. And this one I was just like, I can't. Just really, I had like it's a writing style thing.
Yeah, it pulls me out some of the time. Like they were talking about lasagna, and I was like,
"Oh, I know." Italy. I was like, "What?"
I was like, "There's no Italy in your world. Like, you can't have lasagna without Italy." It's like House of Birth and Blood talking about Champagne. I was like, Champagne's a region in France. You can't have Champagne here. So, like, I get dragged out by these small things. But I feel like it's really obvious in here.
Look, I don't know if it's like an American thing, but a lot of Americans think champagne is sparkling wine, so it gets like used like the wrong way here in America a lot anyway. So that's probably why, maybe. But then there's the lasagna thing, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just like these foods are related to real world countries. But there are like, I think she has a lot of modern words and phrases which drag me out. Like there was a moment where she's like, "Oh, join the club," and I'm feeling stabby, and I'm like,
right. Like, are you? That's
yeah.
okay. For me, it was more just like with the fright in terms of like the oh gods and like
Is it? Oh. Am I taking over these sprints somehow? Hannah seems to have vanished from her own sprints.
sorry.
Oh, there you go. She's back.
I'm here.
I was like, it's me. I'm taking over the sprint. Team Dragons taking over.
Right. Yeah. No, my internet is being I was pushing my internet to like the max by exporting that video because it's video. And so I'm like, I know that this is probably not a good idea for me to be doing this right now, but I did it anyway. So
asking too much from the internet. So what are you reading, Hannah?
I'm reading Full Rain by Rose. You know, everyone's been reading it. It's like super popular at the moment. So, like, how far in am I? I have to make sure it's uploaded on my Kindle, but I think I'm like 130 pages in. So, have you?
I missed the title because you sounded a bit too robotic. What was the title?
Sorry, my internet is not having it right now. It's really bad for like the last 2 days, and I don't know what's going on with it, but it's just not having it. Fourth Rain. I said Fourth Rain.
Fourth, yes, that I read it.
How'd you like it?
I did, yes. The hype got to me. Yeah, there was too much hype, and I just had to read it. And I was going to wait until June because it has dragons in it, but I decided that I couldn't wait and just dive straight in. And yeah, I enjoyed it. Like, not an all-time new favorite, but enjoyable. Are you liking it?
I was just thinking, like, should I read my internet? I wonder if I should, because I know saying here that it is. Morgan said that it's robotic. I don't know why it's being so difficult right now. I'm sorry, guys.
Maybe we do some sprints, and whilst we're sprinting, you redo your internet.
Okay, what I'm going to go ahead and do is
Oh, back to just me again. Anyway, what's everybody else reading whilst we wait for Hannah to come back, hopefully? What are you all reading? I can't actually click on any of the comments, but I can. Oh, I read To Kill a Kingdom a while ago, like quite a few years ago, and enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, isn't it? Then The Forbidden Wish. Is that Roshani Chosky? I don't think I've read it, but I've heard of it. Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Fourth Wing and A Day of Fallen Night. Working on 2 dragon books and chose Team Mermaid. Well, I guess they're like attack points now, aren't they? So I guess you're still attacking my team, unfortunately. But I realized that when I was going through my books that I hardly had any mermaid books on my TBR. I was like, well, I've got a few gin books. I've got a lot of dragon, a couple of pirate, but literally there is no mermaid at all in my TBR. All the Stars and Teeth, Lies of Locke Lamora, Daughter of the Pirate King. I don't know what to read next. Spice Road, Before They Are Hanged. I need to read that. I finally read the Blade itself. Finally, after saying that I was going to read it since like the beginning of time, like all of last year, I finally read it. But yeah, I need to get to Before They're Hanged. Do not think I'm going to be able to catch up with Catch Up Book Club just yet, but eventually, maybe I will. I feel like that series has just been on so many TBRs, like every TBR. So it's nice to finally be able to take The Blade itself off of like a TBR, a monthly TBR. Lots of Team Merfolk here, it seems. Oh, she's back.
Hi. Sorry.
That does sound better.
I think I like freaked out my internet really bad trying to export while I was streaming, which like I know is like a slap on the wrist no, especially with how my internet's been lately. But like I think I completely just pissed off my internet, and it was like, yeah, well, we're just gonna stop completely.
You're back now.
I know. I heard what you're saying about, because I was like on my phone. But I heard you're reading before, or you were about to read Before We Are Hanged.
No, so we were just going through what everybody else is reading.
Oh, okay.
So
did you read the first one yet?
Sorry?
Did you read the first one yet?
Yes, I did. I think that's what I was saying. Someone's reading Before They're Hanged, and I was like, I finally read the Blade itself. So in theory, I will read Before They Are Hanged this month. But who knows with my mood reading self. I'm not very good at sticking with my TBRs currently.
I'm not either. And this is hilarious. That's awesome. Hello. Sorry, everyone, to keep you waiting with my internet being, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hi. I'm really ambiance that I've made for the readathon. So I hope everyone likes it. Let me know if you like it. I hope it's not too loud or anything, but I'm hoping it gives like super Once Upon a Readathon Treasure Island feels. Hello, Maggie. Come and join later if you want to. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I did. Yep. Sorry. Oh, I remember seeing this on like a lot of people's upcoming releases.
I haven't heard of Lavender House.
It seemed kind of like suspense litfic to me, but I'm not sure. Team Dragon, The Forbidden Wish tastes like candy. What's that? I'm assuming a romance, or is that? I guess that could really be anything. Oh, nice. Fourth Wing, Day of Fallen Night.
How far into Fourth Wing are you?
I am 130 pages in. 130, 140, so which is really not that far. The Kindle edition is over, it's like over
500 pages. But
yeah, the hardcover is like 5 something.
Very easy to read 500 pages.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Kindle one's over 600.
Oh, I'm sure my physical edition was like 500.
Yeah. The physical one's like 5 something. But it's the Kindle one that's...
Oh, no, 498. Yeah. And they didn't do the edges in the UK.
Hi, Jonah. Hi. Do you want to say hi?
Hi.
Hi. Go find Dada. Go on. Close the door behind you.
Hi. Can you say hi to everyone again?
Can I say hi to everyone now again?
Yeah, they didn't do the nice edges in the UK with the dragons on them.
Super unpopular opinion, but I'm not a fan of the edges or the cover.
It's very gold. Like I like the edges. I like the edges of the dragons, but it is very it reminds me of the Golden Enclaves cover by Naomi Novik. Like it's going to be the same thing. Like literally the same.
Really similar.
Yeah.
I just really don't like it. So between that and not being able to find a physical copy to read like quickly. I mean, I think the soonest I could get it was like July or something.
Really?
Yeah, I just bought the ebook because I was like, I don't really like the cover, and I'm not going to go through it being a pain in the butt to get it's cheaper to just do the ebook, you know?
Like, I didn't realize they were that hard to find.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was like the day I was looking, but when I looked on Amazon, it was like not going to arrive until the end of July. But I didn't look further to try to find other sellers or anything. That was just the one that came up immediately. And I was just like, I'm not going to go through any effort for a cover that I don't really like. So, and not to mention, I don't really read a lot of YA.
I think it's adult.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was YA at the time.
I'd say it's like that new adult, like.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night. Everyone was talking about how it reads YA, but it's adult. But I thought it was YA. So yeah, I don't know.
I'd put it as new adult.
Yeah, I guess if I really, really like it, then I might get it. But maybe I'll wait to see if there's like a different edition or something that comes out if I do.
Because I think Fairy Loot have done an edition, but I don't know if they've really changed the cover.
A lot of people are reading this Daughter of the Pirate King. I hope you like the ambience room. I'm glad you're excited. I hope I don't disappoint. Cornish Legends. Lots of mermaids. I hope you like it. Let us know. I've never heard of that.
And this is why we were talking about First Law, this comment.
Got it. Yes. Oh, nice. Team Mermaid represent today, or Merfolk. I made them, and I'm like, I keep calling them Mermaid anyway. Oh, I have this on my Kindle. I have it downloaded on KU. That was actually, I think it was, that was on the SPFBO competition last year. It's like about a siren. Liza Lacamora. Good. Hey, April. I really want to read that. I'm glad you're still liking it. Good. I'm glad. Good. Okay. Given by Natty Taylor. I hope you're liking Into the Drowning Deep. I love that book. Have you read that, Abby?
No, I haven't.
You should. It's like equally sci-fi. And Jenna wanted to say hi to everyone again. It's like 50-50 sci-fi horror. Like, but it's very sci-fi heavy in the front part, and then like most of the horror comes like in the second half. Ooh, oh, okay. See, that's what I was thinking in my head. I was like, I wonder if it's that what, because I can imagine the cover. Is the cover red? I feel like I've seen that cover before. Maybe.
No, one's Del Rey and one's Pietkus. But I don't know if they're just I don't know if they're the same different imprints of the same publisher.
Maybe.
The
April's over here being smart. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was like the sprayed edge that did it. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I didn't see it even on my Barnes & Noble.
No, they're not the same publisher.
Yeah, I agree about the whole, some things. I feel like the more plot driven it is, oftentimes, the more it can often be said that it seems more YA, because I feel like YA books are more plot driven, right?
Yeah, they're probably more faster paced.
Yeah, faster pacing. So I don't know. But I will say, so far, I think the characters are reading younger than they're supposed to be.
And I think as well, quite a lot of the time you get books that are classed as different demographics in the UK to the US, because there's so many books here that get put in adult that are in YA in the US, like Skyward by Brandon Sanderson, like Strange the Dreamer is classed in adult here. Like, there's loads of things that get classed in adult over here. So I was really surprised when everyone was like, Strange the Dreamer's YA, because I was like, no, it's an adult.
How is Skyward an adult? Huh. Because that one reads really young. Like, that one reads like 14, 15-year-old YA.
I feel like potentially that it's Brandon Sanderson, and let's just keep them all together.
Maybe. No Doll is just YA with smut. Yeah, 100%. True. Okay, now that we took up forever with my internet issues and got through all of the chatty bits, we should probably do some reading, because that is why we are here. I guess technically, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can find, because I just changed this. Let's see, here we go. Okay, so here we go. Y'all get to check out my ambience room that I've made. And we're gonna do, because like you have to like build the timer into the video, right? So it's just 45-minute sprints, because we're just gonna do 45-minute sprints, because I can't do dice sprints with this one. It's just 45-minute. Maybe one day I'll do like a 30-minute one or something. I don't know, but
I feel like 45 minutes is a good time, solid amount of sprinting.
Yeah, and I still have to make myself a matcha latte, because I was supposed to do that like an hour ago. I need some more caffeine, but I don't need like too much, you know?
A hint of caffeine.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play on these, and we will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Like this. How did you do?
Yeah, I did okay. I was going to read The Bitter Twins, but then I was like, oh, it looks so nice outside. I'll go outside. And then I got outside and I was like, oh, I really need to clean the table. So I was like, right, we'll put the audiobook on. And so I read more of this. I think I read like 43 pages. So an okay amount. What about you?
I read 35 pages and I'm still really enjoying it. I'm kind of like, I have this like little bit of a pet peeve, and it happens with like a lot of YA fantasy, I feel like, and that's like the girl who like she's not supposed to be able to do this stuff, but like, wow, she's always in first place. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like I'm not going to be very good because I don't have the skill set, but secretly I'm actually going to be really good at this.
Right, yeah. But I'm really liking it anyway. I mean, it's very like formulaic. I mean, everything is super formulaic, but like I like it anyway because I like the formula.
Yeah, I think I gave it 4 stars. Like, I had fun. I enjoyed it. I think it was well paced throughout. I liked the characters, but it didn't like blow me away.
Right. Yeah.
Would be my feelings on it. Like, I'll happily continue the series as it was very like enjoyable to read. But it's not going to be an all-time new favorite.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think I'm only how far in like percentage? I'm 26%.
About a quarter of the way then.
Yeah. So where are we?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Mm.
Okay. I was like, maybe. Is that like where it's a character that shouldn't be able to succeed and they're always like on top?
Yeah, and I'd say probably a bit like nondescript. Like,
yeah, I have to say, like, I don't know much about her other than like she likes books and her family have all been very successful dragon riders except for her dad.
who was a scholar.
Like, she doesn't have much personality, I guess.
Hmm.
Hello, Maria. Blood of the Chosen. Which one? That's the third one, right? I feel like I've already asked you this.
Well, checking off another series. I need to be able to finish a series at some point.
I know, me too. That's why I'm technically reading this, but I'm not.
I've been reading sequels. I just haven't finished anything. Like, Bone Shard War has just been staring at me, and I'm like, maybe one day.
Yeah. I'm not so bad with epic fantasy series, but I've realized that I'm really bad at fantasy romance series. So
Yeah, I don't want to. With fantasy romance, it's like I don't want to start too many because then I never finish them. But also, I genuinely find that the first book in a fantasy romance series is always my favorite because I like the angst and the build up to them getting together. And then for the rest of the series, when they're together, I'm like, well, I don't really care anymore because you're now together, and I prefer the build up to that.
Right.
But I do have a few on the go.
Abby is reading 2 books too.
Yeah, I'll get the other one. I left it in the sun.
And I'm reading Fourth Wing, and I might pick this up, but I might not. I think I'm just going to keep reading it really slowly throughout the month, honestly, because I want to read so many books. And so like I want to finish books fast. And so, and that's, I'm scared if I like don't finish a book fast, it's going to put me into like losing momentum, you know?
Yeah.
So
I have so many books that I want to read that is the struggle, because both of these I started in May, and I've carried over. Like I hadn't read loads of them. Like May was just such a weird month of reading. Like I started so many things and I was like, not in the mood. And then so I just didn't feel like I really read very much, because I like picked up so many different things and was like, yes, no, I need to commit at some point to something. And now I'm at a point where I'm like, I need to read. There's so many things that I want to read in June, and it's just not going to happen.
I actually had a very similar month in May. So I totally feel you right now, because that was my thing. I DNF'd a lot. And then I read a whole bunch of contemporary, which is obviously not normally, like I read contemporary, but I don't usually read as much contemporary in a month as I did. And I think I read I think half of the books I read were contemporary probably. So that was a lot. I read like 2 thrillers, and I think I read like 4 or 5 dark romances or taboo romances. So
yeah, I'm trying to
figure out what I wanted.
I'm trying to figure out what to read. Well, I've got these 2 on the go now, and then I've got another week and a bit before I go on holiday, a week on Monday, and I'm like, what do I read before I go on holiday? And then what do I take on holiday? And trying to figure out like what to try and get in. And part of me is like, oh, I want to read this. I'm like, you can't read all those things before you go away, Abby. Like, that's just unrealistic. I'm like, but I could be reading sequels, but you could be working on your dragon vlog. And I'm like, but I...
Are you doing one where you just read dragon books, or is it just dragon vlog, like dragon team leader? Like this is what I'm reading for dragon team. Okay.
Yes.
Which
awesome. These have coincidentally managed to make their way into, because they have dragons in them. But
that's awesome. I'm excited to watch that.
Oh, I need to film for it and read the books before it becomes a thing. Right now. It's got 1 book in it currently, and then these sort of like half mentions.
Well, I'm excited for whenever it does come out.
Yeah.
I started the Daughter of the Siren Queen, but managed to read only the first chapter because I started another book. This is a feeling. This is like a mood. That's what we were saying. Like lots of picking up books and just not wanting to continue. Hello. Nice. Is this your first time reading Words of Radiance? Let me know your feeling. That is my favorite book in that series.
Yeah, the dragons are the highlight of 4th Wing, I think.
I hear there's so much from people that dragons are like the best part. And I agree. I like how much dragons there are. I mean, it's all about the dragons.
Yeah.
So
because I hate the books that like say dragon and then there just aren't any dragons. And I'm like, you set yourself up for disappointment.
Yeah. A lot of people are reading that book. Emperor of Ruin. Or Emperor. Is that the third? That's the 3rd book, right? Yeah. Okay. I feel like graded everything without usually showing any signs of struggle through the story. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people say like Harry Potter is a Mary Sue.
Yeah, I feel like the main Violet does have signs of struggle.
There is some. I'm kind of like trying to pay attention, because I've heard some people say that like it seems like her struggles kind of go away like in the second half, which is not great because it's due to a disability, like that she's a lot of the struggle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And so that's not really good representation of someone who has a disability like that. because there's an actual name for that. And I remember, I think Tori from Novel Life said what it was, and I cannot remember the name of it, but where your joints
Pop out.
yeah.
Yeah. Because I read it as that she does a lot of training on like the muscle groups that surround those weak joints, which I think does make sense.
Right.
Because I know that like my partner, he's got very dodgy knees because he tore his menisci growing up. And so he's done lots of like strength exercises on the muscles surrounding his knees so that his legs are strong. So that sort of made sense to me, but I don't have that disability to be able to comment on it as unknown voices.
Yeah. I've just heard a couple people say that, so I'm just like interested to see. I'm not to that point yet. Like I've heard it's in the second half a little bit more, but I'm only 25% of the way in. So good. That's awesome. I love a good audiobook narrator. The bookshop on the shore. Ooh, how is that? That's a mood. I would show you my tower of to do a book haul books, but like right surrounding them is like many piles of crafting supplies that have come loose from where they're supposed to be. And so I'm not going to show that.
Oh, hello, everybody. I don't know what happened there to Hannah. Oh, she's
sorry.
back.
I think I pressed the wrong button.
I was like, hello, it's me, front and center.
Sorry. I think I accidentally I don't know what I did. I know I pressed the wrong button. So I lost where I am. Is this kind of near? No, I was way
This
before
probably
that.
would be me bringing 5 books on holiday and reading only half of one.
Yeah. Everything is fourth wing. Like the whole book community is all fourth wing right now. Forbidden Wish. Ooh, what's that about? Sorry if I missed anyone's comments because like I completely lost where I was. Team Mermaid here, just joining. Sea of Darkness. Ooh, Vampires and Pirates. Is this the one that Maggie was talking about? Just curious because I know she was talking about the Vampire Pirate book. Yes, I'm very excited too.
Yeah.
I do that every time.
That will probably happen because it's going to be busy and I'm driving, so it's not like I can just chill in the long car rides. So I don't know.
I mean, is he okay with you putting an audiobook on?
We'd have to try and decide on something that we both agree on. And I'm not like I don't drive regularly, so I'll probably, especially to begin with, I'll be wanting to concentrate probably quite a bit. So it might not be the best idea.
See, my husband is he drives for a living. Like he's a heavy equipment operator. So he drives, he's got like a full CDL and everything. And he always does the driving when we go on trips. I used to be the driver for trips, and it's so nice now because like he'll drive the whole way. Like he'll drive for because he used to do trucks. Like at one point he did trucks before, like in between, like he's always done construction, but he can drive forever. It'd be fine. So like he just drives the whole trips, and it's like 9 hours to his mom's and 9 hours to my mom's. So they're long drives, you know.
I mean, the way Americans versus Europeans and like distances and car journeys, it just like if someone said that someone had to do a 9-hour drive in the UK, we'd be like, we'll take a flight. We'll like plan a whole like week-long holiday if we have to drive for 9 hours.
For me, it's if it's more than like 14 hours.
Yeah. No.
How far are you driving for your trip?
I mean, we've got like multiple days where we're driving, but I think there'll be a day where we probably have like 5 hours, but it'd be spread out.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, like we're just kind of more used to it.
Yeah, like I think most days we're generally like staying 3 nights in each place, so there typically will be like a couple of hours a day. Or some days we might just go out in the car and go somewhere close to where we're staying, so there won't be long drives. I think there's just a couple of days where there's longer drives.
Where are you going again?
Canada, Vancouver.
Okay.
I do have the very long flight, so I probably will read on like the 10-hour flight there. So, and maybe the jet lag. Well, I'll get some really random time reading in.
Yeah, that's hard if you're like doing the driving, but yeah, with a plane at least you should get some audiobook time and maybe or reading time in general because you're not having to. Oh,
And
this is
I put like 3 nights in each hotel, so we'll have maybe it won't be super intense. I'm hoping.
This is like, is this for work too, or is this just vacation?
This is a holiday. I
Oh.
know I travel quite a bit, but it's like pretty much all my trips have been for work lately, and I'm like, get a holiday finally.
I know you're always going to places that I'm like, oh, so jealous.
Yeah, I've been very lucky with my work trips this year.
2-day trip, $3 to $4. It's such a mood. First time reading Worth of Radiance, page 200. Enjoying it. Yeah. That book puts you through the ringer. It really does. I hope I just keep sending me the updates because like I love hearing about it. I really want to reread it, but I'm waiting for my Stormlight reread until next year.
Well, the 5th book comes out in November next year.
Right. So I think I'm going to start. Let's see. It's okay. 3 big books, and then how many novellas? 2 novellas? 3 novellas?
You have 4 big books, aren't you?
4. Yeah, 4 big books, and then is it 2 novellas or 3?
Novellas.
2.
Yeah. Edge Dancer, Dawnshard.
Which his novellas are basically like short books.
Yeah. I need to read Dawnshard and Rhythm of War at some point. Probably end of this year.
Dawnshard actually would be a really good one for this readathon.
I need to buy
water setting. Because it's all on a boat.
Okay.
So, and it's shorter.
It is, yeah.
So
yeah. But I don't currently own it, and I'm trying to work my way through my physical TBR. It's like a balance of like, I want to continue these series, but I need to read my physical TBR. But like,
my physical TBR is ridiculous. I've been considering doing one of those videos where you just, Beck on the Books does, where she just like puts the book up, says it, and then continues on. And she does it at the end of the year every year, where she just lists all of her unread books. And I've like considered doing it, but I'm terrified.
Because hers is quite big. She's got like 500 odd, hasn't she?
Honestly, like she has more than me, but I probably have at least 200.
I've got like 70.
I have to have at least 200. I have a problem. Okay. Faye King's Assassin. Wait, I'm sorry. Why am I started there? Finished Lavender House. Okay, good. How did you like it? Gonna continue with the Faye King's Assassin. I feel like I've seen this. Have I seen this on KU? Is this a KU book? I feel like I have seen it on KU. Realm of Dragons and Fae. That sounds awesome. Let us. Oh, yeah, because I've seen this cover before. This one.
Okay, yeah. I feel like I have seen that as well.
That's cute. The reviews aren't great, but the cover is awesome. So, and it has Fae and dragons. So I would still definitely let us know what you think about it, because sometimes I just cannot trust Goodreads. You know. I don't think the struggles go away. They are just glossed over more because she focuses more on the plot at that point. Okay, got you. I'm definitely really interested to see what I'll think about that, because that seems to be like the bigger negative comment that I've heard, which because I've mostly heard no negative comments. So when I have, it's mostly been that. I'm definitely interested to see oh, is this when I ditched out on you? No, it was not internet issues. I legit just pressed the wrong button. It's just that kind of day, apparently. I don't have Fourth Wing. Well, if you think you might like it, you should read it. But library too. I use my library quite a lot. I want to read this month. I really want to. Gothic Little Mermaid telling, pirates and mermaids, and it's supposed to be gothic, like a horror fantasy romance.
Ship of Bones and Teeth.
Yeah, it's on my TBR. I really want to pick it up. I kind of want to pick it up next after Fourth Wing.
Is it fantasy? Is it romance? Is it fantasy romance?
Yeah, it's like a horror gothic romance, fantasy romance. Where it's a Little Mermaid retelling. I think it's fantasy. I'm assuming.
Karina Halley.
Yeah.
I read some of her other books years ago.
Which ones?
The royalty ones and contemporary royalty ones.
Her contemporary ones? Okay. She's got a lot of contemporary and a lot of fantasy.
The Nordic King or...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was quite a few years ago now.
I've heard that one wasn't the best, but this one's getting really good reviews. So
yeah, her contemporary royalty series. I can't remember which ones I read, but I read a few of them.
I'm very interested in this one, and I love the freaking cover too.
The cover's cool.
So this will be my first Karina Halley. I also want to try her vampire romances. I take the amount of days I'm on vacation and make it equal to the amount of books I bring. Nice.
Yeah, I feel like if I did that,
totally, huh?
I feel like if I did that, I'd need to have a whole nother suitcase.
Right. I am probably going to be here for a while. I don't know how long Abby will be here. I think that Jess might be joining us later, and I don't know who else co-hosts might join us later or not. But I will be here probably for at least 2.5, 3 more hours. Probably, and then possibly longer. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see where the day takes us. We're going to go. We're going to read. We're going to chat. And
yeah, I'll do until I get hungry.
Yeah, you're good. So, and then you can, you're always free to pop back on or do whatever, but I'll be here. And then I think Jess said that she was going to pop on later.
And I don't know, my boyfriend's been at the football and his team has lost. So I don't know I don't know if that means he'll be home earlier or later, if he's gone
extra late.
If he's gone to the pub to drown his sorrows, or if he's going to come straight home and want dinner, or quite what that's going to mean. But it'll take him a while, as it's the other side of London. So
right, yeah, you're good. Technically 150 pages into Oathbringer currently. How do you see? The thing is, when I read that book, I think I like read it in like 3 days.
It took me like a month.
Huh?
It took me like a month.
Yeah, I read it in like 3 days, and I liked it less because the pace was so fast that I was like frantic reading it, and I wasn't able to fully enjoy it because I was just like page turning the whole time. I read it so freaking fast. I think I read that whole series. Well, other than Rhythm of War, but in a very short period of time. I think I like read 3 of those books in like a month.
Wow.
So I binged the series.
Wow. Impressive.
Well, this was before I was on BookTube too. So it's kind of different. Like I feel like it was easier to binge series before I was on BookTube. You know?
Yeah.
And this was before I got really into even like watching a lot of BookTube. So I wasn't having like overload of TBR ideas. And now that I have an overload of TBR ideas, the idea of continuing on a series, I'm like, no, I want to try a new one. So, yeah, agreed. I'm there with you. 70 or 80 can't buy anymore. Well, good for you.
I'm in the I want to get my TBR down to below 50. That's my current aim.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm a huge mood reader. I use my library a lot, especially like online. And then I have Script and Kindle Unlimited. Yeah. Listen, that's why we're all here. We're all here together because we all can't control ourselves and we all need someone else to tell us that's okay. That is normal. That is all right, you know? That's just what we need. I think I have bought about 100 physical books this year. I've read, listened to 33, so I'm kind of on the right kind of, yeah. Like, no, honestly, that's pretty good. I think that's good. But it's everyone's different, right? Like what they feel like is too much or too little, or because everyone's different kind of readers, different, everyone has different like income levels, different financial goals, different lifestyles, and then, you know, a lot of other even factors too. So space, you know. Physical TBR is relatively small only because I just started collecting books again. I was living overseas. Awesome. Getting bigger every day. Yeah. See, I have these 2 bookshelves, and then I have my nonfiction bookshelf, but that's not in here. That's in my, I guess you would call that my living room. It's technically my living room. But like I'm trying to stick to these 2 for a while. So we'll see if I can stick to these 2 bookshelves. I am starting a these books will self-destruct soon.
Oh, I did. I filmed one of those the other week.
Because there's some I'm like, well, should I unhaul it or should I not? Because like I haven't read them, but I'm kind of intrigued by them. But at the same time, I don't think I'm going to read them in the next year. So
yeah, I tried to balance which ones I put on that because I was like, I actually have to be able to read it in the next year. And like, I have owned The Name of the Wind for years, but I don't want it to self-destruct. I just want him to write the 3rd book and then I can read the first one.
He's coming out with another novella.
I saw that, yeah. So progress.
I guess that's something, right?
Still doesn't mean I'm going to pick up The Name of the Wind, though.
I want to read it only because from the description, I think I'll really like it. And I really want to read it in the fall. And I was supposed to read it last fall, but I did not. So
yeah, I feel like
I'm glad you're liking the Vikings Assassin.
I just
keep
don't
me
want
updated.
I just don't want to be disappointed by a lack of 3rd book.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally get that. I get it. Yeah, Maria, you're always like, but it's, you know, everyone's different, but I'm always so impressed by how you keep it so small. Oh shit. You know what? That's okay, Kate. That's okay. Awesome. Yeah, just we'll be here, or I'll be here. Yeah, 500 is a lot. Trying to get to like the next sprint. Sorry, guys. Um,
Yeah, I did that.
oh, that's yeah.
My Amazon
I
wish
can't
list.
do that because then huh?
Yeah, well, I put them in like my Amazon wish list, and then I have like the public one and the private one, and the private ones are the ones where I'm like, one day, like, and the public ones is the ones I'm like, I really want these ones.
Yeah. I have like, if I did that, I don't know. Because I have like over 800 books on my Goodreads TBR. So I'm like, if I did that, I feel like I try to control like, and I could do that like multiple lists, you know what I'm saying? But I use kind of Goodreads. And then I have an actual wish list, but I try to keep that down to like under 20. I can usually manage 80 to 100 a year. I'll never catch up. One day, and you know, you don't have to.
You're
Okay.
preparing for like the zombie apocalypse. You've got 5 years of
Right, exactly.
books there.
I plan to not buy books in June. Nice. Yeah, it's kind of like a daunting ordeal. 75 is pretty good. Yeah, I don't really buy many special editions. Do you? You don't really either, do you, Abby?
No, I got the
Did
Fairy
you
Loot
do
Adult.
any subscriptions?
No, I had the Fairy Loot Adult for a few months, but then it didn't really seem worth it to me. And I feel like Waterstones now are coming out with loads of nice editions if I do want one. So I've got a few of theirs, but they're just regular price books with a nice edition. So
Yeah, if I'm doing special, I don't really do special editions like book box kind. The only things I do is I like the nicer, almost like leather bound looking kind of things, like the Barnes and Noble of like classics or classic like fairy tales, folk tales, mythology. I have a really, really, really nice edition of Lord of the Rings. And there's a whole story behind that. But things like that, but they're more like the really like basically like the really nice, like old school looking. They're not like modern sprayed edges type special editions.
yeah, no, I don't get any of the book box books typically.
Yeah. Okay, we should probably read. Do you want, are you okay with 45 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I feel like we chatted probably way too long there, but you know, it's okay. Sometimes I just get going. Okay. Oopsies, no, don't do that. Okay, we will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello. How are you doing?
So I hadn't realized I was muted. How did you get on?
Good. I was like so caught up I didn't even look. 32 pages and I ate.
Nice.
And like I need to know what's gonna happen next.
You're at that point.
Right, like when they're what's that called? I don't know what it's called. The whatevering. Starts with a C. Choosing? Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm at that part. And I'm like, I know what's gonna happen. Like, you know. I mean, it's so obvious, but I'm like, but I want to see it happen. You know? That's how I feel right now. How did you do?
I read a bit of both. But yeah, got to the page 300 mark in this now. So progress on this one. And doing well on this one as well. So
Good.
coming along nicely.
You're like right around where, and I think I DNF'd at like 46%. So you're past that.
This one I'm over that. I'm coming up to 400 pages, and it's 645. So yeah, the audiobook has really propelled me through this.
How do you feel about the narrators for that?
I think they're okay. Like, they're not the best narrators, but they're not the worst narrators.
I was talking to Jess about that. Like, I think she really hates the male narrator. Like, she doesn't like him. I got annoyed because that one, he talks a lot faster than the female, so I kept having to slow down my speed whenever he started. I was like, where am I? Anytime I have an audiobook, I take the time to go through my Goodreads want to read list because oh yeah, the Goodreads giveaways. I've never done that. I don't know, actually. I don't really know how to, I don't think. I know, like, I think I know at least one person that's won a Goodreads giveaway. Have you ever done those, Abby?
I think I've entered, but I've never won.
See you later. 60 pages left, almost finished. Awesome. Ooh, wait, and what time is it?
Are you on
PST? It's never, huh?
Is Maria on Pacific time?
3 hours behind me, I believe. 2 hours? 3 hours? 3 hours.
So is it 10 a.m. for her?
Yeah, like 10:30.
10:30, yeah.
Either way, no matter what time of day, that sounds amazing. Oh, I hope you're liking it.
I binged that in May.
I'm not a big Emily Henry person, but it's just not my kind of thing, you know?
It's very contemporary.
Right, yeah. I've heard good things about that book, Spice Road. Yeah, let us know how it is. I won one, but ended up being my least favorite book of the year. No, which one did you win? What was your worst book of the year? I don't remember. I only read 6 pages, finished lunch, took a cat nap. That is awesome. It's the day for it, right? It's Saturday, so 10:30. Okay.
10:30. It feels like 10:30 was a very long time ago here because I'm coming up to 7 p.m.
Right. It's 1:30 here, so. How are you liking it? I really liked that one. I think the third one is the one that got a 5-star for me. I think the other one's got like 4.5 stars. I loved that series. That's like one of my favorite epic fantasy series. I cannot, like, I need to continue on because I just like the way he does characters, which I mean, like, I feel like that's like a almost like a basic reader thing to say about Abercrombie. I love his characters.
Yeah, before their hanged might come on holiday with me.
It's good.
Well,
Pacific Time. Okay.
I'll be on the
Nice.
PSP in a week and a bit.
Taking a walk is good. I should do it more. Lately, I've been getting my activity in by with the garden, so and it needs. I mean, I'm always behind with that. I didn't like Emily Henry's beach read, but I do like this one, Spice Road, in January, and it's such a good fast-paced read with plenty of action. Awesome. There's Jen in that one too, right? I'm a teacher on summer break. Every day is a day for a cat nap. That's awesome. But like, you deserve it because y'all work your butts off during the school year, and some during the summer too. I have no idea what to read next: To Kill a Kingdom or Divine Rivals. Which one's Divine Rivals? I've heard really good things about To Kill a Kingdom.
I read To Kill a Kingdom. I haven't read Divine Rivals.
What did you think of To Kill a Kingdom?
I liked it. I read it like quite a few years ago now. It was fun. And, it's a standalone, so it feels nicely wrapped up.
Oh, I thought it was a duology. Okay. That's nice. Oh, this is Rebecca Ross's new book. But this is going to be a series. Well, I really want to try out Rebecca Ross. I really want to read The River Enchanted. Issa's always telling me how good it is.
I was a bit disappointed in it.
I would say the standalone, maybe, depending on how many series you have going on. But if you don't have a bunch of series going on, then Divine Rivals. YA Dragon Tournament book, Blaze Wrath Games. I have never heard of that. 4.5 stars for Blaze itself. Before the Hang is probably getting 4.5. Yeah, that's what I did too. I think I gave the first two 4.5 stars, and then I think I gave the last one 5 stars. What did you give the first one? I can't remember.
I gave it a 4, probably like 4.25.
Okay. Because I know you mentioned it, like thinking about it, I'm like, no, she mentioned that on her wrap up. Right?
No, I've got to wrap the book up. I need to film my May wrap up.
You mentioned it on a recent video. Maybe it was a TBR video.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it in my June TBR because I was like, I finally read it, so I'll put the second book on my June TBR.
That's what it was. Okay, that's what it was.
But yeah, no, I need to film my wrap up tomorrow and do that.
Dracula's Demeter? Ooh, what's that about? Is that horror or fantasy? Or what is that? Pizza. Let us know what pizza, like what you have on your pizza. Like what kind of pizza is it? Is it regular sauce? Is it white sauce? Like, or is it like classic Italian with like basil and stuff on it? Or is it like, I love pizza, but I don't like red sauce. So
I love a pizza. I mean, all Italian food is good food. I think the vibes were there. The ambiance was there, but I was a bit disappointed in the plot. Maybe I just wanted something more from it than what it was giving.
Was it like, was it more like character driven or like plot driven or?
I didn't really gel with the characters. They were quite insta-lovey. So like they'd known each other as children and sort of had like a not quite like friends that enemy friends, children mishaps, and then they've been separated for many years, and he's come back to the island, and it seems as though they're just instantly in love. And there's this sort of murder mystery going on with these girls going missing, and it felt like you could guess from the very beginning what was happening. So it seemed a little bit obvious to me. And maybe if the vibes and the ambiance carries it for some people.
Right.
And I think for me, I think the vibes were good. Like, I really liked the island setting, but I don't think there was enough vibes for it to make up for the insta love and the
Right.
and the slightly predictable plot, which I was sad about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard mixed things. I don't think I've ever heard anyone like hate it. But I know Issa loves it, and then I've mostly heard good things, like either really good or like mediocre. Like, would you give it like 3 stars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not continuing with it.
Right. Scottish. Loves the Scottish setting. The plot was a bit boring, and the characters didn't make up for it.
Yeah, I think I just finished Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies, and I was trying to go for like that same sort of cozy rural vibe, and I picked that up in the sort of hopes that it would have a similar feel. But maybe I should just reread Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies.
That's hard to recreate, right? I love that, but that's one of my favorite books. I think that might be my favorite book of the year right now.
It's definitely one of my favorites of the year.
And then, shoot, what was the second one? Wall of Storms. Sorry, I had to look. It's like behind my chair. Wall of Storms.
That was one of my
That
favorites
one
last year.
Yeah.
I
It
need the second book in the Emily Henry series. Not Emily Henry, Emily Wilde. Emily Wilde.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
What happened once Dracula got on his boat from Transylvania to England? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think that's a pretty like understandable opinion. 3 stars. Felt the same about River. Enchanted, couldn't connect. Atmosphere was great. Well, maybe I'll like tamper my expectations a little bit before I read it. Just in case. 3.5 stars. Okay. Natural History of Dragons. Yeah, I've heard that before. It's kind of similar to Emily Wilde. In terms of the main character, right? And like the whole scientific aspect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like the romance in Emily Wilde. So see, Maria, I don't know.
The thing is, I liked the first book, but it wasn't like I wasn't blown away by it at all. I was a bit like, oh, this is not what I expected. But then Wall of Storms just was like it's in its own league.
I gave the first one 4 stars. And then I gave Wall of Storms 5 stars.
Yeah, I think I was like 3.5 for Grace of Kings, and then 5 stars.
It's hard to say. It's hard to predict what people, will. And I know Maria likes, like she needs more of a plot than I do. And I'm trying to like, at least with the first one, things happen obviously, but it's more like almost like a history book with like really good characters.
Yeah, because I didn't find the first one that fast paced, but some people have said that it is very fast paced, and I was like, I didn't find that. One person was like, there was so much going on, it was just constant, and I was like, really?
Oh no, I personally didn't see that. I found it to be very slow paced. But
it took me a while to read it. I found the second one really engaging though.
Yeah, maybe a week. I can't remember. But what worries me is because I think Maria wasn't a fan of the Farseer.
Yeah, but neither was I.
You weren't. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time. I do have Ship of Magic to try, but I wasn't a fan of.
A lot of people who don't like Farseer like Ship of Magic. I actually like Farseer a little bit better than the Life Ship Traders, but about equally. I don't know. I just liked that section of the world better, I think, like where Fitz is. It feels more cozy, and I feel like it's more political. Like I feel like Life Ship Traders is like family politics, right? But the Farseer is like politics of a kingdom kind of thing, and a lot more into that. And so I guess it makes sense why I like it more, but not much more. But the only 4-star I've ever given Robin Hobb was Mad Ship. Everything else has been 5 stars. So 100. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. If you we've had this conversation. Yeah, and I remember saying if you did like the first 180, you'll probably like the whole book.
Yeah.
It's just finding the time to get through, because it's I thought slow pace, but I found it very interesting. I liked how it does read like a history textbook. Like I love his writing style. Yeah, just to like have the awareness before you go into it.
Yeah, I own Ship of Magic. It's just I feel like I've got so many series on the go right now, and it's a very long one to start because of how chunky the book is.
It's 3 books, but the books are freaking long.
Yeah.
They're each very long.
And I've not been in a long book mood so much this year. I say
I
that
usually hear
I'm reading 2 600-page books.
I usually hear people love, I think it's The Fitz and the Fool and Life Ship Traders are usually like the favorites. I feel like the first trilogy is most people's least favorite usually. Right?
People
The
don't like the
Farseer
Rainwild
trilogy.
Chronicles.
Oh yeah, and Rainwild, yeah. I cannot wait to get to Tanya Man. I'm almost there. My dad is almost done with he's working on the 3rd book right now. He's surpassed me. I got him into the series when I was reading Ship of Magic, and now I'm reading Ship of Destiny, and he's at the end of Tawny Man. So that's a lot of people say that. I was really surprised that that's the one book I gave 4 stars. 4 stars is a great rating, but like that's the lowest rating I've ever given Robin Hobb. I'm a mood reader, so it could have to do with mood too, but I was quite surprised because so many people talk about Mad Ship being their favorite. So, yeah. Oh, wow. You hated it. Oh my gosh. Really different vibes, but both equally popular, I feel like, in the fantasy community.
And both long.
Both are what?
Long books.
Long. Oh yeah, chunkers. Are you staying, or are you?
I'll do one more, but I might start like listening to my audiobook and start prepping dinner at the same time.
If you have to go during the sprint, feel free to just hop off.
I'll do one more.
Sounds good. What am I doing? You know how sometimes your brain just fully turns off for no reason?
Yeah.
It happens to me quite often. It's unfortunate. Okay, I can do this now. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and sprint for 45 minutes, and we will be back then and chat again. Hello, hello. How did everybody do? Abby had to go because she had to eat dinner, understandably. I read 28 pages of Fourth Wing, and where we are right now is not at all like where I thought we would be. Like, I was like, oh, we all know what's going to happen. And then that is not what happened. And so I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm kind of excited because if we've already had this many like twists and turns, I'm like excited for the next twists and turns. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm pretty excited for like what happens next. It's a page turner, and so that went really well. Did some dishes too. And that's about it. So let me know how you guys did. What's it called? How you guys did during the sprint, etc., etc. I'm snacking on some popcorn here. And I'm kind of sad because it's like my last little bit. If it's the part where I think you are, I was surprised too. Yeah, I'm like 30% in, so probably, maybe 30%. Let me see. How many percentage? 35%. So, yeah. Nice. How are you liking it? I have been, you were talking about this earlier, and I think you said you were enjoying it. I'm really intrigued to try that book, and I've heard a lot of good things about it, but is it finished? Have I heard that it's not finished? Please let me know, because I feel like I've heard that it's not finished, and it's kind of like up there with A Song of Ice and Fire and whatever the Patrick Rothfuss book is. I can't think of it right now. Where they're like unfinished. So kind of want to read it, but kind of want to wait. And I've heard the writing's really good, and I like the whole idea of like isn't it like a bunch of thieves heisting? And isn't there like a pirating or pirate ships or something like that in the second book? So started City of Miracles. I have that. I think I got that at like a library sale or something like that locally. I just picked it up like on a whim, but I know nothing about it. Didn't read, made myself sustenance and updated my reading journal. Nice. What kind of reading journal do you have? Is it like on your computer, or is it like a physical one? Stop lounging. It's okay. Just stay in bed all day. You're good. Also, like, send me some of that hot chocolate because that sounds delicious. I've had a major sweet tooth recently, and I don't know why, but like major. Yeah, I was too. And I usually don't. I actually usually feel like when things get really hyped and popular, I don't want to read them. So I was kind of surprised that I was getting so much like FOMO over it, but maybe it's because it's like fantasy romance and that's like my bread and butter. I'm really liking Lie So Far. It definitely isn't finished. Okay. Author's pretty slow. How long's it been since the most recent book? Because I thought I heard it'd been like a really long time. Like, is it just that the author's like takes a really long time to write a book, or is it like more this recent one? I don't know what my hair is doing, guys. I'm sorry. It's not finished from okay. Yeah. The first book in the series? If so, that's pretty cool. I really like that when series are like that. That's how what was it? Daughter of the Forest by Juliette Marillier. That's how that one was too, where it's in a series. It's actually, I think the series is two different trilogies. It's the first book of the first trilogy. but each book in that series follows a different person, I guess. And they're kind of standalone-y, especially the first book. It kind of like, you kind of like lose the pressure of having to hurry up and continue before you forget things, which is really nice. Went shopping, 30 pages of Sea of Darkness. Listen, did I look this up yesterday? I feel like you guys know by now that my memory is just, it's not there. I feel like it's probably like all of the toddlers. Yes, this is the one that people were talking about. I'm so tempted to pick this one up. Vampire Pirates. I mean, ooh, there's a mystery thriller component too. Ooh, I didn't know that. Lies of Lacamora. How many are there going to be? I think there's like, isn't there 3 out? Is it going to be 4? 4 out is going to be 5. Yeah. And the cover's really cool too. So maybe you can like finish this one and read the second one. I don't know. I don't know what team are you on? What team are you on? I think you're on Jin, aren't you? Fourth book for 10 years. Okay, that's what I thought. Like, did he take that long in between the other books? Or did something happen? Oh, then I must have the first book, because I have the first book of the City of Stairs series. Each book is a different POV. Oh, interesting. Lies Lockmore, read that finished. Oh no. What other series have you like fallen in love with? Are you like a big A Song of Ice and Fire fan? Okay, yeah. Awesome, you're almost done. 5% is not, and I don't think that book is super long either. Isn't it like, it looks to be like a 400-page kind of thing? No, really? Oh no. Why? I mean, I haven't read it, so like, why? So I know, like to be like warned or something. Jen, okay, that's what I thought. It's okay. That's okay. I tried to like real quick get all of the mascots done so that I feel like I've like made sure to represent everyone in my reading because I'm like not on a team. So I've read all the mascots because I read The Pirate's Witch, and then I read the Rolling the Deep by Mara Grant, which is that horror about mermaids. It's the prequel novella to Into the Drowning Deep, and that was really good. And then I read A Dead Gen in Cairo, and I'm reading Fourth Wing. So that covers all of the mascots, and then I'm also reading Ship of Destiny, and that has pirates and dragons in it. So I'm kind of like, I wanted to make sure real quick I got a little bit of every team out of the way. So I made sure I've read a little bit of everything. And then I still have a bunch of books for each mascot on my TBR, but I just kind of want to mood read and see like, but I didn't want to get like 3 weeks into the readathon and realize like I hadn't read anything from one of the teams. So Spice Road. Oh, wow. So it's just like steadily increasing with each book. The main character was really unlikable. The love interest was super condescending. Ew, really? I feel like I always adore her characters. That is so How far did, like, when did you DNF? Like, was it early or did you wait till like 60%? Or I'm like wondering if it's like one of those things where like the love interest wasn't the love interest. I don't know. But I have heard that the rest, like I have heard that Daughter of the Forest is the best book in that series. Have you read Wildwood Dancing by her? Because that's a YA by her, and it's probably my second book I've read by her, like my second favorite book I've read by her. It's a 12 Dancing Princesses retelling, and it's amazing, and I adore it. Jinn is like a genie. So there's different names for it. I think that there's like anglicized names for it, and then like the actual names from the Middle East mythology. So, but it's a genie. It's also known as a genie. Sometimes it's spelled like in a book, you'll see it spelled Jinn. There's some where you see like it'll say Jenny, and then some genie, but they all count. They generally tend to be different for like different names based on like who's referencing them. I think DJIN is like an anglicized version. I'm not sure. I am not an expert. But genies that represents genies. Sea of Darkness also has a romance. Oh, nice. Was that the one that I just looked at? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it looked like it was like a fantasy romance. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. I really enjoyed it. I give it not 5 stars, 4 stars. I give it 4 stars because it was a little bit confusing because there was so much information to like pack into such a short book. And that might have been me too. Like, I was multitasking a lot, but I think it was a little bit confusing considering all of the information being packed in so like in such a short amount of pages. I think it was only like 40 or 50 pages or something like that. I listened to the audiobook, so I'm not sure. But it was really cool. I liked the writing style. I liked that it was like mystery-esque, and it did pack a lot into those pages. So I think I'll continue on probably, but I don't know when though. Okay. You need to. It's really good. It's set in Transylvania, which is not like most of her other books. Obviously, you know, most of them are more like Celtic lore. But this one's set in Transylvania. And there are some different creatures and beings that you might not have expected her to write about. It's good. Yeah, I liked her. I liked her. I loved that joke that she told, if you know what I'm talking about the suit and like you know, I thought she had a good sense of humor, and she was kind of like a badass in her time kind of situation, like having to put up with and dealing with the sexism with grace. Oh, you're welcome. I hope I explained that well. I feel like I'm like, look up scatterbrained mom in a dictionary and you'll see like my picture. Okay, so I'm gonna do another 45-minute sprint, and I don't know. This probably won't be the last one. This is not going to be the last one. This is probably going to be like the second to last, possibly. We'll see. But this is not the last sprint. So let me get this set up real quick. Okay, I will see everyone back here in 45 minutes. Happy reading. How did everybody do? I read 30-ish pages and got distracted. But Fourth Wing is going really well. I am really enjoying it still. And I feel like I've read a lot on these sprints, which is awesome. And I think we'll probably do one more sprint. Let me see. Yeah, I think I've read like 120 pages on these sprints. So pretty good. If I can get like a really good sprint in, that would be nice, like one more. But I'm really liking it. Let me know how you guys are doing, and how your sprint went, how you're liking your books, etc., what you're up to. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised that I'm liking Fourth Wing so much because I did not really think that I would, because I don't usually read a lot of YA. But it's kind of like a best case scenario. And I'm definitely kind of like, there's a relationship forming, and it's not like the romantic one, like it's a friendship, like a separate relationship, but I'm really liking it, and I'm liking the banter, and I'm just liking everything. It's like a total vibe of like what I think I've been missing for a little bit in my reading. So it makes me almost like want to try to read a little bit more YA maybe, but I don't know. Is that just this book, or should I be reading more YA? I'm not sure, but I'm really liking it. And yeah, so let me know what you guys are reading and how your sprint went. Nice. That's a pretty good sprint because that book is quite chunky. And I have heard the humor is really good in that book. So, oh, is that the first one in that series? I've read the first two in that series. If you're talking about the Amanda Bouget one. Wait, no, I'm thinking of A Promise of Fire. Is that a different one, or do you Promised in Fire? Oh, okay. No, that's a different one. I saw Maggie talking about this one. Oh, it looks really good. Why? Is there a reason that I didn't add it to my list? I thought I had that on my TBR. I've confused myself because I thought I had that book on my TBR and then it wasn't. Because I remember Maggie talking about it, and it does look really good. I'm wondering why. What happened? Like, did I put it on there and take it off? I don't know. But also the cover is really pretty for this one. Promised in Fire. I thought you were talking about A Promise of Fire by Amanda Bouget, but this cover is gorgeous. Page 331 of Before They're Hanged. Awesome. Oh, nice. What kind of paint by number are you doing? I've done like a couple of those before. There are some things that I'm like, I really want to do while I listen to audiobooks, but they're kind of like hard to put away. Like puzzles and paint by number are two things. Because of our kids and our animals. Like I do have a separate room in here that like I guess I could do it in, but I like to hang out with my husband in the evenings, so I don't like to be in here in the evenings by myself when I could be hanging out with him. So I don't do those things. Like we could do puzzles in here, I guess, but because we both like puzzles. But the problem is between the boys, and then we have 3 cats and a dog. And the dog's not really the problem. Like our big pit bull's not getting up on our dining room table, but our cats are. And the puzzle pieces go everywhere, and then the kids like reach up and try to get at them. And I feel like something like paint by numbers might be the same thing. Like I guess if it was small enough that I could put it away, I don't know. There are just certain things, that with kids and cats. 80 pages into Daughter of the Pirate King. So far, so good. Awesome. I think Tori is really enjoying that. She was reading it last night on our sprints and when we were on Maggie's channel. And she was saying it was really good. Yeah, I saw that on Maggie did the video. It was like, I think it was like 4 KU books for Once Upon a Readathon. Detailed paint by number with flower branches and moon phases. Ooh, that's awesome. That sounds awesome. I feel like that would be like really calming, and that would be fun to do like with an audiobook. Sometimes I do coloring, or I do. Okay, I've got boys. I've got little boys. But I do crochet and I knit. So sometimes I'm listening to audiobooks and I do that. But I kind of miss when we were trying to do puzzles and it just did not work. Maybe a couple more years. I don't know. Is that Pebbles? Is that what you call it? Is that your dog or your cat? But yeah. It's hard. It's hard to do. And then I feel like it would be the same thing with the paint. Though I guess I could bring it out there and then put it in here and then pull it back out when I wanted to use it out there. I don't know. The things I think about, I don't know. But I have like a million hobbies and I always am like, I'm scared always to pick up. I do pick up new ones all the time, but I'm always like, because I feel like I never finish anything. I do crochet and I knit and I garden, obviously YouTube and reading, but I also do candle making and I do needle felting. I like to needle felt, though it's dangerous. And I hurt myself quite often when I do it. And all sorts. So, but I'm always down for like a new hobby, but I'm always wary because I'm like, I'm probably like, I'm going to do this for a week and then not do it again for a year. Because that's what I do. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Sounds like one of my kids is having a temper tantrum. Sorry. That is so funny. I've never heard that before. And I've actually had them. I've had them most of my life because my parents, my mom, they always had them. And I've never heard that. That's kind of cute. I like it. 30 pages left. So glad I will be finishing Spice Road today. Super productive. That is awesome. House is clean. Dishes done. Look at you. Laundry started. Much better than me today. I think I folded a load of laundry and did half the dishes. And that was it. So, yeah, I like audiobooks because I can cook, do laundry and stuff and still reading at the same. Yeah, 100%. I cannot even, me and Tori were talking about this. I cannot even do like fold laundry without an audiobook. I hate folding laundry and my pile is always ginormous. So audiobooks are definitely key. I feel like also with the kids, it helps with the amount of screaming and like temper tantrums and things like that to like have them a little bit dulled down with headphones. And yeah, dishes, I do audiobooks. I can't like survive without audiobooks these days. I mean, I can read books that aren't audiobooks, but I also have to always have an audiobook available to listen. There's a mat for the. I saw this. I well not saw. I heard someone talking about this. I have not seen it. Where do you get that? Because I know someone mentioned mentioned that to me before, and I was shocked that that exists. Was it Abby? Because Abby does puzzles. I think it might have been Abby. She was on here earlier. She told me there was a mat, but I don't know where to find it. So if y'all know where to find that kind of thing, let me know, because especially around the holidays, I feel like I want to do puzzles. Like I want to do like fall puzzles and like winter puzzles, like, because I feel like that's just the time to do them. I start a lot of hobbies, have a tendency to never finish what I start. Yeah, this is like me to a T. I'm the exact same way. I have a giant crocheted blanket I've been working on for 3 years that I am almost done with. All I have to do is like 2 more rows and then do like around the edge row and then tie off like the ends, like weave everything in. And this thing I've been working on forever, and it's just sitting there. Hasn't been touched in probably 5 months. I'm the same exact way. I tried a 1,500 piece puzzle and never finished it. Yeah. Me and my husband tried 2 different puzzles last winter, and they were really fun. And they were pretty big. I think they were like 1,000 piece. We didn't finish either, but that wasn't our fault. Like that was because the cats, like we were like, well, we don't have all the pieces. We're not like when we realized that we were missing pieces. I find it hard to do something at the same time to an audiobook. I think because English is my second language, I need to more focus. That makes total sense. That makes total sense. I lived in France in my third, it was my third year. It was my second year of college. I studied there for a semester because I majored in French. And so I know how hard it is. And I'm sure you speak English better than I spoke French. But I know how hard it is and how much concentration it takes to listen to people that can understand and comprehend like fully when it's not your first language. And I don't think I could multitask. Even back then when I was at the peak of my French speaking, I don't think I could multitask and listen and understand someone speaking French at the same time. It just doesn't hit your brain the same way. English is not my first language either. Only listen to audiobooks if I'm doing something passive. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. What is y'all's first languages? Just curious. Toys R Us before it went out of business. Never tried looking for it on Amazon. Man, I miss Toys R Us. I really do. I love Toys R Us. It made me practice my first audiobooks. I could not concentrate at all. I had to replay, but then I got a hang of it and I was really surprised. I was the first surprised person by it. Now it's much better. That's awesome. Yeah. Oh, really? I lived in Angers. I don't know if you know where that is. At the top of the Loire Valley. I studied there for a semester when I was 20 years old. Oh my goodness. Ha! That's so funny. That is so hilarious. Y'all should, we should talk sometime and y'all can help me practice. It's been a while. To be honest, my first language is Franglish. But with listening to audiobooks, I find it more difficult for some reason. That makes sense though. I guess also I'm sure it also has to do with like what speed you have it on too. Yeah, that's true, but it's just not the same thing, right? Like those giant Toys R Us's that you walk into and it was like, "Oh my gosh, you were like in like Santa's toy factory." Like it felt amazing. Like I always was when I was a kid and I went in there, it was just like an experience. So I haven't been to a Macy's Toys R Us yet, but I would assume it's not the same like feeling. It can't be as big. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's where I was. I loved it. It was beautiful. I lived literally right next to the soccer stadium, in O'Shea. Yeah, that makes sense too. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna do, yeah, yeah, it was a big treat. I think I'm gonna do one more sprint. We'll do one more sprint for 45 minutes. And I hope you guys have had some productive reading in because I have, and it's been fun. So I'm going to go ahead and get this set up so we can do our last sprint. Things are getting so good with this book. I am loving it. I understand the Fourth Wing hype because I'm obsessed at the moment. Yeah, all I want to do is read this book. So I'll probably find more excuses later tonight to read more because I think I'm like halfway through now. 45%. I'm 45%. I read 37 pages and it's just so good. It is so good. Awesome. I'm glad. I hope you ended up really, really loving it. I don't know what just happened. That's the second time that happened today. I think I accidentally had my mouse hovering over the leave the studio button. And I think that happened earlier too. But I hope you loved Spice Road. Got further into Given and an Ember in the Ashes, into an Ember in the Ashes. Wait, is that the second? No, that's a different one. For some reason, I was thinking that was from the From Blood and Ash series, but that is that YA series with Jen in it, right? I've heard good things about that. Oh, okay, cool, awesome. Sorry, this is the last one. But we've been going for almost 6 hours, and my husband is watching the kids while also making dinner. So I feel like I need to get out there and help out because, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. But there's going to be plenty more for the readathon. So we're going to be doing many more. I don't know when the next ones are. I think there's some on Monday. I believe there's some on Monday. Awesome. I'm glad you're liking it so much. I'm very intrigued. I just kind of want to wait to see when he comes out with the final one. Okay, cool. Well, I really appreciate you guys joining me for these sprints. Awesome. I had a good time. I hope you guys got a lot of really good reading done. I know I did. And I hope you guys are having fun with the readathon so far. I know I am. But we will see you soon. I will be back with more sprints. So will many of the co-hosts be doing lots of sprints all month long. So if you want more, just check out some of the links below. We've got Discord links, video links, all sorts of stuff. So talk to y'all later.